Swiss devotees are tough,
We actually heard that Madhava gets everyone all the way up. Is that true?
Well, they can't come up too far because they have to see the screen. But
yeah.
Oh, trust me, they won't come up.
Yeah. Thank you. So.
That's great.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Snapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Kadamayan Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yudapada Kamala Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vidandam Sajivam Sadaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Bhajan Sahagana Shri Vasakam Vitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindha Dinabandho Jagapate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Vipasindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Vadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurani Bhajarine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vasyadadeshatadine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, so this. These songs, we're sing 3 songs from Shikshastakam. Of course, Shikshastakam is written by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It's found in the last chapter of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. It ends like that. These are his instructions, especially about chanting. So they're very significant. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur in Gitavali wrote a song or couple songs on each verse, so they're like the purport or his explanation for their explanation of Shikshastakam. And I wanted to begin with this song, Shri Krishna Kirtana Yade, which is based on song 3, verse 3. Trinadapi Sanichena Tarorapi Sahishina Amanina Amanadena Kirtaniya Sadahari. So we've been hearing a lot about this verse this week and about humility. We've heard that love for Krishna results in humility, in deep, actually very, very deep humility. It's one of the languages of love. And that this humility and prema go hand in hand. They're inseparable. So, just to bring us up to this point, we'll read Bhaktivinoda Thakur's first 2 verses, what he does, and you can read this translation if you would like. No, this is a translation of verse number 1. Yeah, you can just read it.
Lord Gauranga, whose complexion is golden, and who is the deliverer of the fallen souls of Kali Yuga, sings as follows, overwhelmed with spiritual ecstasy. All glories to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. It thoroughly cleanses the mirror of the heart. This chanting delights the soul. All glories to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. It extinguishes the horrible forest fire of material existence. This chanting removes all material tribulations. All glories to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. It appears like the moon in the heart and distributes its cooling moonlight, thus causing the white lotus of good fortune to bloom. This chanting is the pastime of devotion. All glories to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. It is compared to a young bride, chaste and devoted to transcendental knowledge itself. This chanting is the highest perfection of life. All glories to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. It is glorious as it causes the ocean of ecstatic bliss to swell and overflow. This chanting is an inundation of love of Godhead. All glories to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. It gives one a taste of fully satisfying nectar at every step. This chanting is the bestower of ecstatic love of God. All glories to the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. It bathes the soul of Bhakti Vinod. This chanting is a storehouse of love of God.
So we've heard that gratitude is the mother of all good qualities. That's my big takeaway from this retreat. And we see that Lord Chaitanya's giving some very great marketing here for the holy name. He's filled with really overwhelming praise. Even as extreme as advertising may be, I don't think I've ever seen any product advertised as profusely as Mahaprabhu is speaking here. So each of these, as you can see, each verse is a particular quality that's found that this holy name bestows. And in the sense, in the Bengali, it's beautiful. Krishna Kirtana Jaya Chitta Bihari. This chanting delights the soul. Krishna Kirtana Jaya Klesha Nivriti. It removes material tribulations. Krishna Kirtana Jaya Bhakti Vilas. This chanting is the pastime of devotion. Plavanamurti. It is an inundation of love of God. It's a bestower of ecstatic love of God. It's the storehouse of love of God. So this is the way that Shikshastika begins, this glorification. So it's interesting, you'd think if there were more verses, that it would be something like, and so I chanted the holy name and I became ecstatic. Right? That would be the obvious next result, right, of chanting the holy name. But we find something different. And Mahaprabhu is addressing the conditioned soul. So this is verse number 2.
O Lord, you are an ocean of mercy. You have brought your innumerable holy names to this world and have taught the chanting of them to the fallen living beings just for their deliverance. You invest all your energies in your own holy name, and for chanting your holy name, you have not established any rules, such as consideration of time or place. Your divine holy name, being non-different from you, is like touchstone. You have distributed your holy name throughout the entire creation, and that is the essence of your kindness. Such is your mercy, which is supremely magnanimous, O Lord, but I am extremely unfortunate. My attraction for the holy name has never come about. Therefore, the heart of Bhakti Vinod is overwhelmed with sadness.
It's interesting, he says the essence of your kindness is that you've distributed the holy name throughout the universe. So nice. And then, but alas, I'm so unfortunate that I don't have attraction for them. So we've been hearing of this interesting dichotomy in the life of the devotee. On one hand, we hear these these moods of despair and of calling and of longing. And on the other hand, on the other side, there's this, but I'm so fortunate because I have the holy name. So we have all good fortune at our fingertips, and so the devotee never is despondent or depressed in that way. But at the same time, as he says, he's overwhelmed that why did this attraction for the holy name not come about? So this indicates then that there's something that we have to do that doesn't diminish the power of the holy name, but it indicates that there's some work, some internal cultivation that we have to do to take up this chanting. So now the song we'll sing first. This is Shri Krishna Kirtana Jadi. So it's very interesting. Shri Krishna Kirtane Jadi Manasa Tohar. So he says, if you chant the holy name with your mind fixed, if you're attentive with great care, Paramajatane Tahi, then Labo Adhikar, then you will get all qualification. So in Lord Chaitanya's verse, he says that, he describes humility and all of these different qualities, and he says if you have these, then you can always chant the holy name. So one might say, well, how do you get all of these qualities? So this is Bhaktivinoda Thakur's purport, as he's saying, well, you chant the holy names. It's both the results and the process. So just by chanting attentively, or you could say this is, he also in this verse will hear how he describes a certain kind of cultivation that we can do, or that we should do. But the essence is, it's evolved, it's revolving around chanting and developing our relationship with Krishna through this chanting. And through this cultivation and through the chanting, then he says, Labo Adhikar, then all qualification comes. So in the next verse, he says, Chinadika hina dina akinchana char, apane manobi sada chadi ahamkar. So ends by saying we should strive to give up false ego, chadi ahamkar. We should become more humble, Chinadika hina, than a blade of grass. And dina, Bengali, what does dina mean?
Trina means humble.
Humble, dina, trina, dina.
Dina?
Yeah.
Dina means...
Fallen?
Yes.
Fallen. Now, it's interesting, and akinchana, I think, is translated here as perhaps destitute, something like that. But we know that another name for Krishna is akinchana gochara, right? He's actually the property of those who are akinchana. Those who think that they have something of this world, then they don't have Krishna. But those who consider themselves akinchana, that I have nothing, I have nothing, then Krishna becomes their property. So these are apparently not good qualities, but they're all good qualities. Then he continues, Vriksha samakshama guna koroba sadan, prati himsa chaji ane korobi palan. We should practice, he says. The end of this first line is sadhan, right? Sadhana means practice to achieve something. So he indicates that the practice of these qualities is a kind of a sadhana in the life of a devotee. And actually, the practice of these qualities make our lives beautiful. They make our lives peaceful and sublime. So if we can practice tolerance and forgiveness, he says, Vriksha samakshama guna. And this is very nice. And one should give up violence toward all other living beings, and rather work to maintain them. So this is a kind of a shift in the thought of a devotee, is to not react to others, not to relate to them in a violent way, but to think, rather to think about how to protect others. Jivana nirvahe ane udveka. And in the course of passing your life, you should never give anxiety to others, but rather para upakari. Right? We've heard this word, para upakara. Rather, we should think about how to do good for others, and nija shuka pasaripe, and not be so concerned with our own happiness. So these are it's pretty astounding, actually. Pretty heavy qualifications for chanting, isn't it? Of course, we can always chant. We always should chant. One wonderful thing about especially the Maha Mantra is that anyone can chant. There's no need for even initiation. There's anyone in any circumstance can chant. But to actually reap the fruits of chanting, then we should not only see as we pass our life that we're working towards it. These are high qualifications, but we can see that we're at least thinking about how to develop these qualities. Then I always find this verse 5 very, very, very significant. So if one has passed their life and they developed all of these good qualities, just thinking about welfare of others, not concerned with their own, this kind of humility. So he says, Hoile o sarva gune, guni mahashoy. Oh, now you've become a great mahashoy. You've become a great soul, possessing all good qualities. Now, pratishta sachai. Now give up desire for fame. Isn't that amazing? We may work to possess all good qualities, but still this desire for fame and personal honor is there. It's so deep. So, and amani hridoy, make the heart simple, humble. Make the heart simple. And so then he gives a little hint in the next verse. Krishna adhisthana sarva jive jani sada. One can see, one can practice this, along with trying to practice these other qualities in our life. We can practice seeing that Krishna is residing in the heart of everyone. This is pretty amazing. Krishna gives the same advice in Bhagavad Gita. He says that if you see the super soul everywhere and dwelling in all living beings, then you won't degrade yourself by your mind. You won't become diverted by your mind. So Krishna adhisthana sarva jive jani sada. Then, if one can see that, then korabi samana sabe adare sarvada. Then we can actually show respect to others. This is a necessary quality to truly respect all beings. They're spiritual. We see them as spiritual beings. Krishna's there. Krishna loves them. I should also love them, honor them. So then he's summarizing. Dainya doya ane mana pratishta varjan. Charigune. These four qualities. Humility, dainya. Doya, mercifulness. Anye mana, to respect others. And pratishta varjan, the renunciation of desires for prestige. Then he says, Chari gune guni, hoi koroho kirtan. Then the kirtan begins. Sometimes when I read this song, I get really depressed. I really hope that's not happening to you, because it's such a high bar. What's really, our aspiration. Sometimes say devotees are not ambitious. How ambitious this is to develop qualities such like this. And we're chanting the holy name, which is so simple, but what are the qualities for chanting? They're so exalted. So, I did one more time. So, Dainya doya anye mana pratishta varjan chare gone guni hoy koroho kirtan. Then we can chant Hare Krishna. So once again, the qualities come by chanting, and at the same time we cultivate these qualities, and then comes the real chanting, chanting in pure love of God. Prabhupada was asked one time, what do you get from this chanting? And he said, more chanting. What else do you want? Krishna, that's like, Krishna is personally present. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is personally present in His holy name. So what do we want except for chanting? The chanting is the goal. So, and he concludes, huh?
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win, yeah. Yeah. Actually, such a glorious process we have, isn't it? Bhaktivinoda Kandi. There's a lot of in his songs. He's weeping, right? Crying. He's crying. Again, sometimes in ecstasy, right? Sometimes lamenting, sometimes hankering, but always there's this great hope. So he, weeping, Bhaktivinoda submits this prayer. Bole Prabhu Pai, Heno Adhikara Kabe Dibe He Amai. When will you give me the qualification for possessing attributes such as these? So this is very, very significant. We have our sadhana, our chanting practice. We have our sadhana of trying to develop these qualities. Mahatma sometimes says, sadhana begins at 9 o'clock. Have you ever heard that? Because everything that we're practicing in the morning, chanting, hearing, then we get to actually practice it during the day. The day begins. We go to meet people. Now let's see our sadhana. Let's see how we practice these qualities. So we practice these and we try our best. But ultimately, we know that any advancement in our spiritual life comes by the mercy of the Lord. The whole process of bhakti is mercy. So our businesses, we're simply trying our best, but we're dependent on the mercy. We're praying for the mercy of the Lord. So, rightly, and that is chanting. Prabhupada said the secret of chanting is to always pray to the Lord. Please let me serve you. So, okay, everybody, all right. So we'll sing this beautiful song. I was out last night screaming until late, so I'm not quite sure what's going to come out. Some crazy devotees were chanting late in the night. So anyway, let's see. Shri Krishna Kirtane Jadi Manasato Paramhajatane Jadi Lavo Adhikar Shri Krishna Kirtane Jadi Shri Krishna Kirtana Jare Manasato Parama Jatani Gai Lavo Adhika Shri Krishna Kirtane Jadi Manasato
Labo Adhika
Trinadhika Hinadina Akinchana Cha Manovi Abane Manovi Sada Chadiyanka Trinadhika Hinadina Akinchana Cha Apane Manovi Sada Chadiyanka Trinadhika Hinadina Akinchana Cha Apane Manovi Sada Chadiyanka Trinadhika Hinadina Akinchana Cha Apane Manovi Sada Chadiyanka Viksa Sama Kshama Guna Gora Visadhan Pati Himsa Chajiyanye Koro Vibharam Viksha Sama Shama Guna Karo Visadhan Pati Himsa Chajiyanye Koro Vibharam Viksha Sama Chama Guna Koro Visadam Patimsa Chajiyanye Koro Vibharam Viksha Sama Chama Guna Karo Visadam Pratimsa Chajiyanye Koro Vibharam Jivana Nivahe Anye Udhe Ganadive Padhahu Bhagare Nija Shuka Pasarive Jivane Nivahe Anye Udhe Ganadive Padhahu Bhagare Pratishthasa Chari Koro sometimes we sing this song and we just keep chanting but I wanted to sing some more songs. So then the next verse of Shikshastakam, after Trinada Pisinichena, is Nadanam Najanam Nasundarim Kavitam Jagadisha Kamaye Mama Janmani Janmanishvare Bhavata Bhaktir Haritukitaye. So let's see how Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains this. He says, Prabhu Tavapada Yuge more Nivedana. So I have a request, Nivedana. I'm offering this request at your lotus feet. And what is it? What do you want? He says, Nahi. Not this. Making very sure. Of course, Mahaprabhu is saying that I don't want these things, but from our position, and I think Bhaktivinoda Thakur is taking our part, is saying that I don't want to want these things. So he's saying that he's just making it very clear, my Lord, I'm coming to you to relieve me of these desires, actually. And he's making it very clear that I don't want this. I do not pray to you for physical leisure. It's okay. I do not pray to you for physical leisure. Nahi magi deho sukha, or the pleasures of the body. Vidya, learning, dana, wealth, jana, or followers. Nahi magi swarga, I do not want swarga, or moksha nahi magi, and nor do I want salvation. Of course, in the original verse, Krishna says, Mama Janmani, or Mahaprabhu says, Mama Janmani Janmanishvare. So this indicates that he's saying birth after birth. So this is an indication that he's not asking for liberation or moksha. So this is the purity of this devotional service. Nahi magi swarga ar moksha nahi magi. I do not pray, nor nakori partana, kono vibhutiralagi. I do not pray for these things or for these opulences, these vibhutis, to be, to have the same bodily features as the Lord and so on. He's not praying, he's making it very clear. And it's so beautiful. Nija karma gune doshe. That I have taken birth by my karma, jai jai janmapai. So whatever I've done, that's okay. Let that be. Nija karma guna doshe, jai jai janmapai. Whatever birth that leads me to, that's okay. Janme jeno tava nama gunagai. But I pray for this, that whatever birth I take, I may nama gunagai, I may sing the glories of your holy name, birth after birth, wherever I go, whatever it be. This is my prayer, that I can simply sing your holy name, birth after birth. E matra ashamama, tumara charane. Now he's saying, so this is my cherished hope. This is the essence of my prayer. Ahoitu ki bhakti hriday, jage anukshane. This is such an amazing statement. Ahoitu ki bhakti, we know this term, that unmotivated, there's no cause, there's no material motivation for my serving you. It's just to serve you. Krishna, I'm doing this just for you. There's no other purpose. Just I hope this makes you happy. This is the aspiration for bhakti yogis. And then he says, Hriday jage anukshane. And we know that love is not static. And it doesn't just happen and it's like it is. But he says, I want it to awaken within my heart at every moment. At every moment, let that that kind of devotion be awakened in my heart. Ahoitu ki bhakti hriday jage, awakened, right? Anukshani, at every moment. Yeah. Anukshani. Yeah. Means? Near. Okay, within the heart. Vishaya je prite eve achaye amar se mata priti hok charane tamar. So this is a beautiful verse. He says that whatever, as much as I have affection, priti, for Vishaya, for the material objects, for the material world, so let me transfer that to you. Let me transfer all of that affection to your lotus feet. Se mata priti hok charane tamar, to your lotus feet. Vipade sampade, in danger or in success. Taha tagup samabhave, let me be equally disposed, either way, whatever comes. We've been hearing these sentiments this week. Dine dine vride hok namara prabhave. But may my affection for you increase, dine dine, day by day. May my affection for you increase. And how can our affection for you increase day by day? Namera prabhave, by the influence, by the power of the holy name. That's the power of the holy name, that we can increase our affection for the Lord day by day. Then he says, Pashu pakshi hoye taki, swarge vaniroye. Whether I live as a bird or a beast, pashu or pakshi. Pashu means beast and pakshi means bird. Taki, swarga, or in heaven or in hell, niroye. Tava bhakti rahu bhakti vinoda hridoye. May your bhakti, may I always cherish this bhakti in my heart of hearts. This is the humble prayer of Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So, wow. Amazing song, huh? Jai Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai. So, Prabhu Tava Pada Yuge Mo Nivedan. 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 Nahi Magideya Sukha. Nahi mai deya sukha. Nahi mai deya sukha. Vidya dhanna jan. Vidya dhanna jan. Prabhu moksha nahi magi. Moksha nahi magi, nahi magi saga. Moksha nahi magi, nahi magi saga. Moksha nahi magi, na kori partana kono vibhuti ralagi. Na kori partana kono vibhuti ralagi. Prabhu Bhava Badahari Nijakama gunadase jai jai dhamma pai. Nijakama gunadase jai jai dhamma pai. Nijakama gunadase jai jai dhamma pai. Janme janme jeno tava nama guna gai. Janme janme jeno tava nama guna gai. Nama guna gai. Prabhu tava padare yuge mo nirvedam. Prabhu tava padare yuge mo nirvedam. Mata asama tomhara charane. Mata asama tomhara charane. Mata asama tomhara charane. Ahoy tuki bhakti remembrance. Ahoy tuki bhakti remembrance. Thank you for singing so nicely. Really appreciate your company. So, one more?
Yes.
So
At
this
least.
is verse number 5 from Shikshastika. We're working our way through. Which is, how does it start? Ainandatana karam patitamam vishme bhavambudo kripaya tavabhara pankajasti taduli sadvisham vichintaya. So this is this song Srila Prabhupada would sing. I'd say it's one of my favorites. And we'll sing his melody also for this, a simple version of his melody. Okay, we're getting instruction here. So. Okay, we're getting a little late, but I just wanted to point out a couple lines here that are worth noting, that are can really sing with your heart. Yeah, so in verse number, oops, yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Try this again. Yeah, so in verse Jnana Karma Chagadui, he says that in verse number 3 that these thieves of the heart of there's these two thieves, Jnana and Karma. Chagadui, they have given me a great hard time, and they're pushing me down into this Sindhu Jale, this ocean of material existence. So the essence of this song is here. Eheno samaye bandhu, tumi Krishna kripa sindhu. We're in this anadi karma pale, bodhi bhavarnava jale. We're in this ocean of material existence. Tori bari nade ki upai. And I don't see any way out, actually. Just we're here in Switzerland, How do you get out? Is there a way, is there a way out of this world? Is there a way out? So he says, I don't see any way. So the essence of this verse is that, my Lord, I'm your servant. I've fallen into this material world. There's no way for me to get out on my own. So, eheno samaye bandhu, tumi Krishna kripa sindhu. My Lord, you are an ocean of mercy. You are so kind, Krishna kripa sindhu. And you're my only friend. You're actually the only friend that can help me in such a situation. Kripa kori tolo more bale. Please give me your strength. And in the last verse he says, Patita kinkoradori. I am Patita, I am kinkore. I am your servant, but I'm fallen. I've forgotten that I'm your servant. So, Pada Padmaduli Kori, please pick me up and place me as a particle of dust at your lotus feet. Deho Bhakti Vinode Ashoy, please give shelter to this Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Amitava Nityadas. Isn't that nice? I am your Nityadas. I am your eternal servant. This will be a t-shirt one day. Amitava Nityadas. I am your eternal servant. Buliya Mayadapash, but forgetting you, I have been captured by the ropes of Maya. So, Badahoye Ache Doemha, so please show your mercy to me. So, okay, anyway, we've got a little time. Yeah. Anadi karma pale Bodhi Bhavana Vajale
Anadi Karama Phale
Anadikama Phale Bodhi Bhavana Vajale
Anadikarama Phale Bodhi Bhavana Vajale
Tori Bari Nadi Kiru Pai
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 E Vishaya Halale Divanishi Hiya Jale Manakabu Sukanahi Pai
He Vishaya
Halale Divanishi Hiya Jale Manakabu Sukanahi Pai Anadi Karma Phale Bodhi Bhavana Vajale
Anadikarama Phale Bodhi Bhavana Vajale
Asha Pasha Shata Shata Desha Deya Avirata Praviti Unira Taigina Asha Pasha Shata Desha Deya Avirata Praviti Unira Kama Krada Adi Chai Bhata Pare Deya Poi Avasana Hoilo Asi Bela
Kamakrada Adhichai
Bhata Pare Anadi Karma Bale Bodhi Bhavana Vajale Anadi Karma Bale Bodhi Bhavana Vajale Gana Karma Tyaga More Badahari Avasheshe Pele Sindhu Jale Jnana Karma Tagadoi More Badahari Avasheshe Eno Samaye bandhu tumi Krishna kripa sindhu kripa kori dolo more bhale Kripa sindhu kripa kori dolo more bhale
Ehena samaye bandhu tumi Krishna kripa sindhu kripa kori dolo
anadi karma bhale pari bhavana bhajale
anadi karma bhale pari bhavana bhajale
patita kingore dori Parapadna dhuni kori Deho bhakti vinari ashoy
Patita kinkore dori Padapadma dhuli kori Deho
Amitabha Nichadas Buliya Maya Bas. Please sing. Amitabha Nichadas Buliya Maya Bas. Amitabha Nichadas Buliya Maya Bas.
Amitabha Nichadas Buliya Maya
Bada hoye rachi doya hoye
Badahari
Bada hoye achi doya anadi karma bhale pori bhavana vajale anadi karma bhale pori bhavana vajale Jai Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki jai, Shri ki jai.
Short kirtan.
So we have a short kirtan.
Yeah.
We're still so full from lunch.
You can go for dinner anytime.
No, please sing.
don't have to. If you like.
5 minutes of Hare Krishna.
5 minutes.
Indian 5 minutes. Indian 5 minutes.
Indian time.
Not Swiss 5
Not Swiss.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna.
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Nein.
Was? Im Schiller nicht?
Ja. Schlafen nur eins.
Nummer 1 ist.
Ja.
So ist besser. Also ich glaube doch noch mehr angeschaltet.
Tricota. Tricota aja sih. Tricota aja lah. Tricota aja lah. Tricota aja lah. Czekaj, korzyk. Czekaj, korzyk. Czekaj. Czekaj, czekaj. Albo nie сказал я. Czekaj, z nim. Трикада, ходила трикада. Трикада.
Kriegst, dass er schwarz ist, ne? Eigentlich will ich schwarz ein bisschen wieder der blöde Knopf. Das ist nicht so sein, ne? Aber wenn du den besonders kriegst, tut das schon ausschalten. Das ist wie ein Slide, oder?
Hi, hi. Hallo.
Präsentationsmodus. Vielleicht einen Shop. Der ist schon die Stelle. Immerhin, das ist gut.
Tikatai correct. Tikatai.
Oh, that one. You were there before. Oh, okay.
I think they need medicine. Okay, just leave it on the table.
And then stay in Europe or you'll go on? No, we go back to America.
Tikatai correct. Tikatai correct. Tikatai correct. Tikatai correct.
Nitai Goranga.
What you want, what I doing that until
Before that, managing the temple was also very
Blömli most niet Blömli most niet. Blömli sind noch ein Tag mit uns. Okay, ja, wird das haben wir ja gesungen.
We're discussing. I'm not sure.
Opportunity for it? Schwierig ist es halt, du hast keine Schrift. Schatz, leg nicht so fest rumlaufen.
English is excellent. Sorry.
then I had to serve Gurmitas, then I served all the time. I joined Kosarupa army. Indian army I joined.
Where?
You went to the army?
Oh, sorry.
Then I think this is not for me.
No.
That's not right.
Soft target.
Then I joined my 1 month. I got writing letter making my father where I am. They come to taking training. I got chance to army. There I come to try to settle me. Then find me. Then after my after 1 month, I took my divorce. Later sent to my parents because they are thinking that I am. Then after 1 month, they no, I am in my.
If you're in the army, or you just leave, that's a criminal offense.
They're searching me. They're searching me. They're searching me. Then after, they're searching me.
Still?
Not now. No, finish. This past finish.
Yeah, in America it's called AWOL.
Yeah.
I've sent you about.
It's a little bit
crime.
scary, little time.
So it's saying that it's
When,
an
and I'm not fine in a long time. They don't know. Not parents don't say me. I don't know where. This now is okay. I tried to join the army in India, but still I am trying to go for the army.
Yeah.
What do we do? I put them all together. They're actually pretty good. It's very easy like this. Super easy. But I'm not sure with your neck version. We should maybe try it on your neck. You have the wisdom stick or something? I got this one I send you, they all have a very mistake inside. They all Bhakti we do that it's written. I was hoping nobody sees it. I corrected now.
Yeah, that was, we're going to my class tomorrow. We're going to sing Should the Bhakti turn maybe. It would be nice to have that also.
Yeah. Look, how many you have like this, yeah? You see them all together. They know like just one after another. And with black thing in between. Black means it's separated.
So just the thumb drive.
Just after the black comes the thing.
Yeah, I need to actually get some computer ready.
Well, Mac is always a bit.
No, I know.
Microsoft is already like spaced
I know
out.
how to do this much, so this much. Always dependent. I mean, I'm not really a dependent living entity, but I'm really a dependent entity with IT. So hold on. 3 now? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Here, there's all complete now. You have your computer? Maybe we can just quickly try how this works on your computer because I have a little feel that on Mac it's different.
Yeah, because well, I do have Microsoft Office, which is good.
Oh, you have?
Because yeah, otherwise I wouldn't be able to open PowerPoint with that.
Why is it so weird then? Yeah. Was? What? Was? Ah, okay. Was ist kaputt gemacht, ne? Wo ist heißt denn?
So it's under BTR songs?
It's inside the folder, yeah. This document is complete there. You have now all of them here. This is not that possible. Okay. Yeah, but you can scroll things like when black means it's end of the song. And now what we have, let me just see this one.
This really so light that color was the brightness on the computer or something?
No, the problem is it has nothing to do with the brightness, it has to do with the thing. And what you can do is, you know, if when you project, yeah, if you want it to have a little bigger, yeah, so that this thing's a little bit disappear, yeah, because it's kind of from here to here, yeah, you can literally just take the beam a little bit back, yeah, and it's going to go out of the sides. Then it's going to be bigger, yeah, because I cannot make this bigger. And I wanted to check something. Yeah, you can just copy it maybe on your computer or something. Super, bedankt von der. Then we just plug this in. It's such a weird thing. You have to put the thing in the trash here.
It would be injected because the PowerPoint is still using it.
Oh yeah, it's okay. Just close all PowerPoints. I don't know, maybe one of them is still. Was muss man irgendwas dazu blinkt jetzt? Lamp?
After class tomorrow. So
only 4. How did you make so many of them?
It's like Krishna and his pearl garden.
Yeah.
Pearls are growing.
Yeah.
More and more pearls.
Okay, so this will have to figure
So,
out.
can I easily take one of these and create the Srimad chart of the same
You can
color?
literally just take, here, you can just copy, let's say 2 of them, yeah? What do you copy? Control, Command,
Yeah.
C. You just go to the hand, behind this stuff, and command D, you just change it here, just copy inside with the name, and then you can just type, and then here you can do Command D, I think. So you can just
Okay.
then you can make your own thing. And I wanted to see if you, you have this, look here. This is the button you need to use. Slideshow. If you're gonna connect it to the thing, then he's gonna make it like kind of a different thing. And it's actually really good to navigate. Because while everybody is watching here, if you watch there, you can literally click and show all the folia. It's complex. You can have everything there. Oh, but what is he doing now? This thing goes in. Main display and Bangkok is a mirror for built-in display. I don't save anyone, no? It's just even if it's straight over the okay. So this one needs to be main display here. And this one should not be an extended display, but it should be mirror for built-in display. Otherwise, he's not going to mirror. Then you have a second thing there, and it's useless, yeah? Because then, you see now, when you start now this thing, let's say you start the Krishna, and then you click on this small little thing there. So you see what happens here? Now you have all the slides here, yeah? And you have down these slides. Here's even better. You can, so when you, like when he sings here, for example, yeah, and then he goes back to the first one, yeah? You just click here, Shri Krishna, and then when he goes the next one, yeah, you go to the third one. And then you can just literally just click back and forth, yeah? This is what I did now. Or you can click on this thing. Yeah, I think something happened before. I think the lamp is broken. This is supposed to show. The lamp is broken. Most probably the lamp, like when I switched it here off. Here. And then I switched it on again. And it became like yellow, like really yellow. But there was also sun before. That's why before it was a sunny thing, you know, and it showed. So this is one thing I don't understand. You don't have few things, huh? That's a little bit unfortunate. I have a thing that I can show, like in the whole screen I have like this thing here. So I can jump like back and forth. I think this is quite okay. Because like you're here, then you can just, quickly when you see sings then the first one again, you can just
The
jump back.
fonts you did too are much better.
I just copied the same fonts. Only these fonts work, you cannot change them.
Because of diaphragms.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also sizes and things, they are pretty much kind of.
Okay. Because I got to
As I
do
said,
Shuddha Bhakti.
if you want to make it, just can you pull a little bit back the beamer so that it goes out? Just to make bigger everything, yeah? You see, this is how you make it bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
Then it's just kind of a little bit over, yeah?
Okay. So then when I end the show, I just go here.
Yeah.
And
You have also one thing inside, yeah? When he's doing like, for example, like this. This is actually quite good. This thing, yeah? Yeah.
to make it.
For example, if he's like he was talking some verses, but then there everybody was a little bit confused why. I think everybody was looking at me like, this is not the right verse, you know? Then you can just turn it here off, then it's kind of blank, yeah?
Yeah, so you don't confuse people.
You have this, and here it's literally now you can like put control from here, yeah? You can also put it here then. Microsoft and you again move this thing, so I have to fix it quickly. This one is okay. And then yeah, you can just make the other songs there in the end. And you can end here. What you can also do is if you know if it's too dark, I don't know, you know, if it's they are like kind of very light yellow. They should not be really too dark. They should pretty okay, but if it's too dark, you can.
Hopefully I can even put some of the verses I want to write for the class on here. I hope I don't get stuck, but yeah.
You can just make.
Because you can have the display, you know, to choose the display on the menu, or you know, and it's a little easier to access. But
Maybe that's enough.
Don't make anything new. Nehmen, danke.
See, now,
Und das ist gut, wenn das natürlich wegnimmst. Also das wird, wenn du aufladest, wird das wahnsinnig heiß, wie Plastik, weißt du?
Ja.
Sonst brennt es manchmal. Speziell die Huawei brennt es noch gerne.
Die Samsung hat jetzt gesagt.
Ja, das ist Huawei. Ich meine, mir ist das mir ist da rein, meine kannst du vorrühren. Warum? Da rein hat sich die Batterie, du siehst es jetzt nicht, aber du siehst es so.
Die geht jetzt nicht mehr, oder?
Nein, die geht schon, aber die ist einfach jetzt nur die Hälfte von der Batterie, was es früher da hat. Ohne Batterie hilft nur noch so.
Ja, das ist eine ultrakompakt-Sache, das ist immer ein bisschen heikel.
Und der ist mit meinem Harddisk kaputt gemacht.
Der Kollege hat auch ein Problem, für ihn schaltet einfach ab auf 10 Minuten
Meine ist der ganze Harddisk futsch.
Das kann passieren, das ist natürlich
Nein, also es ist zu heiß gewesen, oder?
Aber wie ist das passiert? Hast du den Schock aus dem Bett gehauen?
Nein, ich habe sogar so unter dem...
Ja, das ist Pech. Aber ich habe die Gurken und die verschieden, wenn wir wieder so
Aufgabe dann vorbei, dann ist es also ja, jetzt am
Ich weiß, dass ich auch kein Farbe mehr habe.
ja, also am besten halt das
Du brauchst aber einen cleaner, weißt du, aber es gibt schönere vom HP.
ja, habt ihr auch gesagt, ich habe den HPK
die neue, die ich gesehen habe, ich bin nicht Fan von den halben. Da
gerne die Welt und das ist schon fast verwirrt.
Ich habe manchmal für den viele Computers alle gemacht. In die und irgendwann so an 2 Wochen Tage dieser Computer gar nicht mehr. Wenn du auf eine Tastatur auf irgendwie C gedrückt hast und du weißt beim X C, wenn C gedrückt hast und nicht wenn es programmiert ist, dann drückst du schnell, oder?
Kein Hersteller, aber doch das Arduino, wo ich dann kann ich nicht.
Ja, das ist schon wieder alles. Okay, na bedanke mich.
Ja, so mit Sacinandana. Das lädt zum Teil schon, ja. Aber halt so weißt du, wie er es macht, oder? Etwa gleich wahrscheinlich. So wie gestern auch. Bist nicht da gewesen? Und vorgestern? Gestern Abend ist nicht da. Nein, davor halt, ja. Einfach so, etwa ähnlich ist es wie die anderen. Genau.
Jaya
Saraswati Srimati Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki, Iskon Bhattacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki, Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki, Premse Goshi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki, Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki, Maya Padam Ki, Vrindavan Dham Ki, Ganga Devi Ki, Yamuna Devi Ki, Tulasi Devi Ki, Bhakti Devi Ki, all glories to the Sambal devotees, all glories to the Sambal devotees, all glories to the Sambal devotees. Gaura Premananda, Hari Hari Bol, all glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga, all glories to Srila Prabhupada Ki.
One moment. Krishna, 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 Krishna. Krishna, 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 Krishna. Hare Krishna. Please feel very free to interact with each other. We need just 2 more minutes. Almost there. Gokula, do you have sound on your microphone? Du bist ja da. Können wir bitte die Mikrofone ganz kurz alle überprüfen? Du müsstest bitte gut sein. Das Harmonium und auch die Gesangsstimme von das Gesangsmikrofon. Yes. Lalita. Good. Gaurahari, may I ask you, do you have the database on your mobile telephone? On your laptop? That's good enough. Yes. Bist du das vielleicht? Ja. Jetzt oder nicht? Hare Krishna, we are ready now. Please. Hare Krishna, I want to welcome you to this evening's katha. I'm not yet sure if the voice sounds a little bit blechern, Gokula. Do you want to put a little bit more volume? Also Bass heißt es. Ja, gut. Viel besser. Ja, very good. Hare Krishna. Actually, we can just. Krishna Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My dear devotees, to introduce this katha, I first seek shelter at the lotus feet of my holy master, Srila Prabhupada. There's a reason, because today we will hear about what is required really to enter Vrindavan Dham. And we will hear a most fascinating katha based mostly on the very rare scripture Narada Purana. So please join me in requesting the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarine He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radhakanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sude Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivashari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. You cannot just buy a ticket to go to Vrindavan. The process of going to Vrindavan is shown to us by Akrura, who upon reaching Vrindavan exclaimed as he looked into the dust, "These are the footprints of my master," and forgetting the fear which he had because he was a minister of Kamsa, and Kamsa's spy were everywhere. He forgot the fear which he had of Kamsa, who would know that he would bow down to his enemy Krishna. Akrura jumped from his chariot into the dust of Vrindavan and paid his obeisances to Krishna and Balaram's lotus feet, footprints in the dust. My dear devotees, we have all heard this. Your parigram guides must have told it to you. But there is something which at least I needed to learn. See, Akrura could see the transcendent Vrindavan. When he entered Vrindavan, he saw the cows and the calves and the cowherd men saying, "Bring this, milk this cow," and so on. And therefore he also was able to see the footprint of Krishna in the dust. But when we go there with our material eyes, we cannot see the footprints of Krishna in the dust of Vrindavan. We can see it at special places, at some mountains and so on. There we can see the footprints. My dear devotees, Vrindavan is an open mystery. Only if Vrindavan is merciful to you does it open its closed doors and allow you entry. Therefore, Vrindavan cannot be entered without the mercy of 5 powerful threshold guardians. This word threshold guardian comes from the mystical literature of mankind. It means that between the spiritual or the mystical dimension, there is one threshold which you need to cross if you want to enter the spiritual domain. And this threshold is typically guarded by so-called threshold guardians. This is well known for those of you who look at mystical movies, because it has been depicted there as well. I am heard, I'm informed. But what I know about this is from my previous readings there, and also from my readings in Vaishnava literature. Who is the first threshold guardian which you must please to enter Vrindavan? I couldn't acoustically hear you. Lord Shiva is one of them. He resides near the banks of the Yamuna as Gopishvara. Then there is Purnamasi. Then there is the Yamuna. Okay, that's 3. Then there is the Brajaraj, the dust of Vrindavan. That's what Akrura did. Just to make sure that he would meet Krishna, he rolled himself in the dust of Vrindavan. That's totally authorized if you don't do it for your post on Instagram or so that people see how cool you are. If you do it in a devotional mood, that's very, very good. And we know some devotees who regularly do this and beg for entry into Vrindavan. And the 5th, and most probably the most prominent threshold garden is a beautiful lady who communicates with the world of Vrindavan through thousands of parrots. She owns this parrot messenger service. She arranges everything, and her name is... If you pay close attention to things like a morning program, you will find out that every morning you sing a song to her. And if you look at the translations, you will find that in the song appears one particular line that, please bless me, that with these very eyes I can see the divine pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Threshold guardians who help us enter the spiritual Vrindavan. I'm speaking of the Vrindavan you cannot find on Loy Bazaar, and not even in the restaurant in the MTV building. What is it? Not MTV. What is the other word? MVT building. Yes! That Vrindavan is waiting beyond the places where human beings gather to fulfill their various types of appetites. This real Vrindavan is waiting for those who have recognized, I have one hunger, one longing, I want to come to Radha and Krishna. But you need to be ushered in this realm. Even my dear devotees, listen to this katha. Narada Muni can't reach the transcendental Vrindavan. Once, Narada Muni approached Lord Shiva at the bank of the Yamuna. Mahadev was sitting deeply absorbed in meditation. Gokula, you need to tune the Sita a little bit down so that the relation is there. He was totally focused. And he had one desire: to enter the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Narada Muni came. He threw his obeisances to Lord Shiva. He threw himself down in his obeisances. And he said, "Oh Shiva, one moment, please come out of your meditation. I am your disciple. I want to enter the pastimes which take place here in the unearthly, supramundane Vrindavan." And Shiva knew Narada Muni is my disciple. I'm duty bound to help him. So he came out of his meditation and he said, "Narada Muni, I'm still performing austerities to witness the pastimes of Radha and Krishna as they take place in the uppercut Vrindavan, but I have not yet been successful." We learned one of these mornings that one of the languages of love is that although you have love of Godhead and you see everything, you feel yourself so mean, so fallen, that you think you don't have it. My dear devotees, be careful with all of those devotees who say, "I'm self-realized, I see the divine pastimes, I have realized my spiritual form." If they have, them will not talk about it like this, but they will say, "Mercy, Kripa, Kripa Koro." But I know one thing, said Shiva. The one who can easily gave you entrance, the one personality whom you must meet, is Brinda Devi. Yes. Where can I find her? Meet her in Brahmakund. The Brahmakund, my dear devotees, is definitely a place worthwhile visiting. So Narada Muni made his way to Brahmakund, asking some Brijbasis, please help me meet Vrinda Devi. The Brijbasis looked at this great saint who had his Veena, who is the origin of the Sita, there, and directed him. And when he arrived at Brahmakund, he saw a divine personality. My dear devotees, Vrinda Devi's body was emanating rays of an unearthly light. She was actually emanating love. This is when we hear in scripture about how Brijbasis look, the eternal associates I was referring to. They are always described as having an effulgence, and the quality of this effulgence, my dear devotees, is love. And when we come, or when you are blessed to come in some way into their association, you are overwhelmed with this love. So he met Vrinda Devi, who was surrounded by gopis, whom she instructed how to make garlands for Radha and Krishna's pastimes, and various tasteful arrangements like fruit salads, but also how to arrange the creepers and kunjas of Vrindavan for that particular pastime that would take place. And when Vrinda Devi gave Narada Muni for a moment her darshan, Narada Muni fell down and said, Vrinda Devi, Shiva said I should ask you how I can see the divine pastimes. And Vrinda Devi only said one thing: O saint, O Deva Rishi, it is not so easy to attain Vrindavan Dham, the eternal Vrindavan. But there's one way. You must worship in Vrindavan Dham and try to follow the mood in which the gopis worship Radha and Krishna. And then the scene disappeared. Narada Muni knew as good as nothing. Worship Vrindavan, how do I do this? And then in a particular mood in which the gopis worship the divine couple. But having faith in the words of Vrinda Devi, Narada Muni started to wander around Vrindavan. And eventually he arrived at the place called Pushpasara. Sara means lake and Pushpa means flowers. It's a lake of flowers because in the surrounding forests, Radha and Krishna and the gopis pick flowers for the pastimes which are later taking place at Radhakund. Today this lake is known under the name of Kusum Sarovar. Yes. When Narada Muni arrived there, he respectfully drank the cool water of the lake and then sat down under a tree of that brilliant lake, which was situated just very close to one of the places where Vrinda Devi has her building. But again, my dear devotees, in the spiritual domain, in the domain which our senses, and at that moment also Narada Muni's senses, could not see. All of a sudden, he was just sitting under the tree and trying to meditate on the mood of the gopis, whatever that meant. Narada Muni saw a group of cowherd boys and cowherd girls walking past him and looking at him. My dear devotees, one side note: when you find the residents of Vrindavan, especially the children, behaving in a way that you do not expect, it could be that the eternal associates have come to you in disguise. Therefore, be always very careful with the children of Vrindavan, although they have a nature to get on your nerves and test your patience. Do not fail the test of tolerance and patience. You could have an eternal associate testing you. As Narada Muni saw the little boys and girls, they seemed to walk and then disappear. And from this he knew they were eternal associates who just passed from the dimension which he could see into the apricot Leela. You will see that in Vrindavan. If you watch very carefully, you will see a person walking before you and whoop, he is gone. Jai Gopal has also seen. So Narada Muni knew there is a place they are going. And from my previous darshan, I know it must be Vrinda Devi's place, and she talks to these associates to make various tasteful arrangements for the pastime. So Narada Muni sat for 3 hours praying and praying and praying, and then went into the direction where everyone had gone before. And lo and behold, he saw Vrinda Devi in deep meditation. He stood before Vrinda Devi, and all of a sudden she opened her eyes. Can you imagine how ecstatic he felt? Can you even imagine? I think we can. How someone feels who's directly looked at by the eyes of Vrinda Devi. The eyes are always described as lotus eyes. They're very big. So she opens her big eyes and looks at Narada. Narada is overcome with a surge of ecstasy. Vrinda Devi offered a seat to her guest, and Narada Muni sat down. Vrinda Devi looked at Narada Muni, and she understood that the best of sages wanted to see the confidential pastimes of Radha and Krishna. And she immediately came to the point. She said, you have a problem, Narada Muni. And because of this problem, you cannot see Radha and Krishna. You identify with your body. You think you are Narada Muni. But you require another body to go into the spiritual domain of Vrindavan. Therefore, my dear devotees, we are asked to chant each morning for the blessings to enter to be allowed in Vrindavan. We will read from the third verse, please. Mora e abilas. We will sing it actually. Everybody. It is my cherished desire that you grant me residence in the pleasure groves of Vrindavan, Vrinda Devi. Only if you grant me residence will my eyes always behold the abundant beauty of the divine couple. Nevedana Daro Sakira Nugata Karo. O Vrinda Devi, please accept this heartful prayer and make me a follower of the cowherd damsels of Braj. Give me the qualification to perform devotional service and make me your own maidservant. O Dina Narada Muni. Hey, oh, this is speculation, I'm sorry. Hare Krishna. So these are the prayers. Prayers to have spiritual wishes fulfilled. These prayers are directed to one of the threshold gardens, perhaps the most merciful or approachable, Vrinda Devi, who has entered the human civilization, our society, in the form of a plant. When my biological father saw me bowing down at Tulasi Puja to a plant, He said, I thought you don't take drugs. Then I said, no, you got it right. This is a goddess. Vrinda Devi, who takes this form to appear for our benefit. It needed 40 years for my father to recuperate from the shock. But that is what is transcendence. It is not conceivable with the mind. Today I spoke with one professor, and we both were happy to agree that the material mind can't capture these things. So yes, continue your Tulsi Puja and you will understand she is a goddess who can grant you many things, starting from a 5-year visa to everything else that is perhaps much more important than a visa. She can give you a real visa, a spiritual visa, by giving you the transcendental qualifications to enter the divine pastimes. The second problem you have, said Vrinda Devi, your mood is not correct. You are technically in Dasya Bhav, the mood of a servant of Krishna. The prayer of a devotee who is in Dasya Bhav is very nicely described in the Bhagavatam. And because it's so nice, all rasas, parents, Madhurya rasa, Sakya rasa, everyone is considering themselves a servant. So it's very nice if we chant this. Hare Tava Padaika Mula Hare Tava Padaika Mula Dasanudaso Bhavitasmi Bhuya Dasanudaso Bhavitasmi Bhuya Manas Madeta Supate Gunangste Manas Madeta Supate Gunangste Grini Tava Karma Karoti Kaya Grini Tava Karma Karoti Kaya. This is a verse which explains the essence of devotional life. One must first become a servant of the servant of the servants of the Lord. So here is the translation. O my Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is a prayer of a devotee who wants to return back to Godhead. Will I again be able to be a servant of your eternal servants who find shelter only at your lotus feet? And what will he do there? You know, it is now explained. He will engage body, mind, and speech in the loving service. O Lord of my life, may I again become their servant, so that my mind may always think of your transcendental attributes. My words always glorify those attributes, and my body always engage in the loving service of your Lordship. My dear devotees, this is the mood in the spiritual world. There is a prayer which says, with my mind I will not think of anything else than you. With my words I will not talk about anyone else than you. And with my body I will not do anything else but the service to your lotus feet. However, my dear devotees, this mood of dasa is expressed differently in the different rasas. And if you want to see, if someone wants to see the confidential pastimes of Radha and Krishna, the bhava must be that of the gopi servants of the Lord. No? So you have a problem. You identify with your present body, Narada Muni, says Vrinda Devi, and you don't have the proper mood for this. You need a sadhana, a spiritual practice. So Narada Muni was in agreement. And then Vrinda Devi called for her friend Madhavi. Can we please all say this, a very important name of this personality, Madhavi. Madhavi. Yes, yes, very good. And she said pss, 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 to Madhavi. Madhavi took Narada Muni to the lake. What is the name of the lake? Kusum Sarovar, in our modern language, Pushpasara at that time. And Madhavi asked Narada Muni, go and face the northwest. So he went to the northwestern corner. You can visit this corner in Pushpasara. And he went into the lake. I don't know if he went like this, like the devotees do nowadays. He plunged himself into the lake, praying intensely, I have this desire. And when he came out of the water and looked down upon himself, he was astonished to find out he was no longer in the body of a Narada Muni. He was in a female gopi body, and her name, Madhavi informed her, was, your name is Naradi. Yes. So, new name, new identity, and so on. Naradi, that is Narada Muni in his female form, had a very beautiful body now, and felt very ecstatic, because together with this body came the right mood, the feelings, the, as we say in English, the attitude, the right attitude, the internal disposition. Everything became known to this Naradi, who now was extremely eager to see Radha and Krishna. As the eagerness, increased, she saw a similarly extremely beautiful young girl who gestured him to come closer. And as Naradi came closer, she was taken to a room in the forest. It was, a kunja. It was formed by trees. It had a beautiful color and atmosphere. And there, in that particular kunja of forest house, you could say, built by these kalpavriksha trees, Naradi saw the most beautiful cowherd women headed by Vishaka. And the same maidservant, you must know there are different rooms. There is a kunja. That kunja is like an outside room. But then there is a nikunja, which has altogether 8 windows that are covered with creepers. So if you want to look into them, you will have to look through the creepers. Why is it so confidential? Why is it the room within the room or next to the room? This Nikunja room is a room where only Radha and Krishna are there, engaging in their confidential pastimes, and at times the manjaris, the very small girls, like Naradi, that small girl body, are allowed. So Naradi went in there, and there, after bowing down to the Lord, Naradi came very bashfully closer, and Lord Krishna, who was there with Radha, greeted Naradi affectionately, and Naradi could see pastimes which our human tongue cannot easily talk about, which our human mind cannot fathom, and therefore I will refrain from talking about these pastimes, where about which about which Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, "My pen stops here. I cannot write any further about these confidential pastimes." So after a certain time, we could call it poetically a moment in eternity, as a long, long time, the Lord dismissed Narada Muni, who then returned to the lake. What was the lake? Or Pushpasara. And there Madhavi was waiting and said, "You saw what you desired to see, O saint. Now take again your bath." And Narada plunged into the water, overcome with feelings. He could only follow. And as he came out of the water, he was back in the form of Narada Muni with his veena and all. Hare Krishna. Narada had one desire. He wanted to stay at that place. And there is a place nearby which was allocated to him. It's the Narada Kund, which devotees today can visit and which you will see here. Here's one sadhu, I will show you his house in a moment, who performs perhaps the same sadhana as Narada Muni did, thinking about the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, and thinking of the particular pastimes which is only possible by the help of the gopis. This is where the Narada Kund, isn't it beautiful? It's a little overcast, but it looks very beautiful. And this is where he lives. Perhaps we are a little closer, or can we go close? No, not. It's in a mosquito tent. This sadhu has only one desire, to follow in the footsteps of Narada Muni, and therefore he doesn't need no education, he doesn't need no house, he is very satisfied. In that place, you will find a beautiful deity of Narada Muni. Can you see it with your eyes? Lalita Madhava, can you see the good instrument, the veena? Yes. And next to him, you find the sweet forms of Radha and Krishna, the forms which Narada Muni saw. We have a close-up of this beautiful deities, which we, this is the close-up. Yes. So this is the place where Narada Muni stays eternally. It is the place we hear where Narada instructed Dhruva. There are other opinions of another place in Madhuvan. This is also the place where Narada Muni instructed Kayadhu. Who's Kayadhu? The mother of Prahlad and wife of Hiranyakashipu. And this is the place where Narada Muni wrote his famous work on Bhakti. What is the famous work of Bhakti, please? Narada Bhakti Sutras. There he says what is the symptoms of Bhakti. When someone has Bhakti, he says he feels profound sadness when he cannot listen to the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. Hare Krishna. This is his definition. There are many definitions about Bhakti. Yes. My dear devotees, let us now to close this chant, a beautiful Vrindavan melody. Yes, can we do it a little higher because yes. I had once a servant, he's still a very good devotee, who asked the Brijbasis, what's the favorite melody of Radharani? So one Brijbasi showed him this melody. I'm not sure if this is, I can't pledge for this. Maybe that was his favorite melody. But you can sing this melody because it is a melody expressing longing. We will see the beautiful deities of Narada Kund, the deities which are made after Narada Muni's darshan. I mean, the idea is this is the darshan, and we will long. Imagine Narada Muni wanders throughout the whole universe. He arrives in Vrindavan and develops this taste. I want to see the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, and after a long, long odyssey, which took many, many, many years, he finally gets the instruction, takes his bath, and then for a moment or for some time takes on a spiritual form where and a spiritual mood in which he can go to Radha and Krishna. Longing, yearning, that's the idea of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's kirtan. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare One more time, please.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
A little louder, please.
Rama
Yes.
Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Syam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham.
Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham.
Oh, Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Syam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. Together. Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Syam, Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham. My dear devotees, the Narada Purana has one final chapter, and what you just heard, what we just heard together, is taken from the final chapter. It's the conclusion of the whole world. These are the encouraging words. In all the three worlds, there is nothing difficult to attain for that person who gives up material attachment and resides in Vrindavan. In the holy land of Vrindavan, men, women, monkeys, worms, insects, birds, trees, deer, and mountains always utter the names of Radha and Krishna. The lives of those persons who have visited Vrindavan have been rendered fruitful. They deserve the mercy of the Lord. My dear devotees, go to Vrindavan at the next opportunity, and just visiting there means you deserve the mercy of the Lord. That is very good. That's a blessing. Good. We will end this katha. The katha is ended actually, but we will end this session by again chanting the Jagadhanashtakam, because that's what is good to chant in the month of, in this month. And I think if you do this, you will get a taste and perhaps take this with you. One moment. Kadat, everyone. Kadachit kalindi tata vipina sangita kavaro mudavirinari vadana kamala svada madhuba Rama Shambhu Ganesha Chitrapadho Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu Me Bhuje Saye Venum Shirasi Shikir Picham Katipate Dukulam netrante sahachara kataksham vidadati